마시? 뭐는 爆了。消耗费17万5，关这个吧。消耗费18万，多一点。推广上我去做。287万5 2.375
Ace King Diamond.
再怎么来，不用管，管大的反正
眼睛要好，心脏也要好。
现在没有100也有，
我会16万，160，要干嘛？要干嘛？好干嘛？要干嘛？要干嘛？
有2个人有2个人，我刚说完，
要干嘛？
蓝色有3管，
4号
色的有37，这个350，50万，150啊，180，看一下。对，应该差不多
要干嘛？要干嘛？3号转要干嘛？要干嘛？45万，40，万，好干嘛？4号干Which one? Yes, coffee.
CC. Yes, hi.
What do you want?
City hand.
Wow.
45.
If I min raise, you
Absolutely.
you have to put in all my stuff.
开路。
Okay, only one baby.
1/3，
超过30。
那个 combo，
privacy egg.
先看，他们应该有看到。
然后那个
看。
办，对，他们像欧洲赛，就是
要被37万。对，55万，刚刚对对。
完全没反应，超弱，使用过难的时
小号位20万。小号费17万。
真的。AK K3
，AK 跟什么
K3
？K3
K high flop。
好来，
避免夜长梦。哇！哎，拜托！啊，很多奥，很多奥，很多奥。多少 A 啦？很多奥40啊 ，A 40都到啊！哦，啊！
哇，OK，
跟你
luck，
不打怕。
很贵，我都崩溃。
加油！
我15%呢，
哦，你更多。
不过他可能是他最大的股东呢。
我只有5%。
VPIP 0啊。
没事，够了。
Dangerous player.
全部打一句啊。
Or dealer. Dealer. Action dealer.
算错了。
This song is playing for you now. Want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. If I call and turn same, then I eat it.
But this is a bit different.
Flip
Okay.
Flip
你也是啊。
Flip 啊！我们是短牌，我们是短牌最强牌，
排最强。
我们是短牌最强牌，我们是短牌最强牌。
短牌最强牌。哇！
很多很多。
可以。
How about 9 or Queen?
可以。
Oh, that's fucking so. 可以的。
别拍。
哇，Action dealer.
可以滑。太小了。他傲也蛮多。双口加追。
太多傲了吧？
They already said that the streaming is behind, right? It's not gonna help like this. 1,085,000 plus one banana only. How much is the banana worth? Nothing much. Just for luck. 1,085,000.
Again, S5?
No, it's fine.
You want to call?
I'll take the free chips. Be honest.
Hang on.
That's honest. Anything can happen.
You want?
No, you
No?
already asked. You're biting.
Okay.
Maybe live.
Oh.
I don't want. I recently saw this piece of art. Have you seen it? It's a banana taped to the wall for how many millions?
I think that was
Like insane amount.
But
Yeah, insane
someone
amount.
ate. Someone
Yeah.
ate.
Yeah, someone bought it and
the
ate
guy.
it.
The guy is the owner of TRC Tron.
But it's not the banana itself. I think it's the concept.
Yes.
So the buyer is now allowed to. This is his concept now. A banana taped to the wall.
Yeah, and
Like if
actually,
you do this anywhere, he will say,
Yeah.
"I have the right to decide."
maybe if I win, you can hold my banana.
But if this is worth 1%, I might call any two.
This is plus 5 equity.
Plus 5.
That is super rich. He owns the
Tron.
Yeah. And they have like a new network form. So when he ate the bananas, the value of his platform,
Went
there's
up.
actually a lot of like meme coins like boosting. So it
Yeah, I mean, he obviously buys it for the marketing, right?
is for marketing purposes. Like he can afford it like $1 a week.
You can buy any piece of art in the world, but nobody will really write about it. And when you buy a banana taped on the wall for millions, then every paper will write about it. This is how you get the papers. That's 2024. You tell your grandpa this story and he's like,
What? That's crazy.
what? No? Yes. Oh, he can choose. Both the same.
It's probably the same.
Ace or deuce?
88吗？叫瑞士88万。
Plus banana.
1.85.
Yes. $1.285. And no banana, no coal. You can call with your turtle. How are you balancing banana or not? What is the tell? No tell. Random? I only have 10 BB. Cannot balance. Just straightforward.
It's Peter.
看有没有超过啊？看有没有超过一半啊？看有没有超过一半？看有没有超过？超过一半。超过了。哎，没关系，我先盖牌。要不要？看他要不要盖。OK，不用算了。没盖，都盖，都盖。banana。是啦。Filippine。
King.
OK，
Wow.
，banana versus banana。It's king。
Are you action dealer or bad beat dealer? Don't put two ace, only one ace. Two ace, man. Okay, is that ace? Not yet, not yet. Black, 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 black. King! Wow! Not yet! King! Very good, may banana win ka. Okay, that's his special skill, bad beat dealer. Change dealer. 1.285. 鼓乐鼓乐。
啊，你那个 banana 是太好笑了。
Andy, my banana is stronger.
Tiny.
But always hard.
This one was bigger though.
Yeah.
You got more?
Yeah, well,
One banana tea in there. My banana said no.
烧牌的时候是，比较放在现里面。
I didn't see any ace so far.
But you don't need it. Just king face enough. King face enough.
That's why I played ahead because I'm so carded.
Just face enough.
Three.
然后起来，然后起来。 20万。
太了，拜拜。
You got it.
Runner.
Half bridge. Nice hand, nice hand.
You still want ace?
No.
You have this very last chance. happy with that?
I'll take it. He's a bad beat dealer, so no showdown is okay.
你会不会
想拿价值啊？
没有，我是想等你炸糊回来。你那不会用扣的，你要么盖牌，要么炸，要么 bluff，要么加回来。
我那个不会，这个太小了，那个，这是顺子哦。啊！
那我打很大，不动啊，打很大你也不会动啊，就看
你打那个那么小，我也就传个感觉超大，想多飞60万。
但你有机会 bluff 回来啊，有机会啊，不知道。
不知道，
对，
看心情。
没跟你同桌过，所以我不知道。
今天没喝酒，不一定。I didn't defend my 8 deuce. 8 deuce win.
It's not gonna be a big one.
Yeah.
One more bet. Can't do it. Only Tom can do it. 3 barrel. Cannot see banana, it means I'm hauling.
makes sweat when the big blind starts to
I know, right? I was like, really? Okay, I think I'm gonna use my one time on this one. Please fold.
You already used your one time.
Not yet, I didn't announce. I did not
Didn't
announce. I
announce.
used my banana.
I said nothing. I think he feels you have used it.
Not yet. Technically not yet. Derek, sabi mo pag meron na. Kailan mo basa ang page? Meron na? Meron na? Okay. Oh, the bad beat dealer's back. Oh, the other guy. Action dealer. Hectic ka na? Average or above average? Talaga. Oh, galing isa-isa. Galing isa-isa. Kaso mamaya taguan na to kasi ano na eh, malaki na play.
Very big house. Oh, not me.
Kanina, pero okay na siya, naglakad-lakad eh. Galing din. As 11:30 pa. Diling. Parang live. Hindi live. May team table lang, pero may live. Pero may RF ID na. Kaya yan. RF ID na. Sa... Yun lang, di ko alam. 11:30 pa ata eh. Tanong mo kay Toby. Tanong mo sa kanya.
dami naman pumunta sila Justin.
Testing.
Justin G.
Sino Justin G? Sino kasama?
Sila na siguro.
Ha?
Tapos na main event sa Metro eh.
Sino kasama ni Justin G? Mag-isa lang?
Baka sila amo.
Kailangan, gayahin kita.
You're winning it. BB special.
I thumbnail yours free. Thank you.
Running parallel to the Yes, I have 5, 10, 10,000 to Dorothy. 0, 0.
Heute ist wirklich die last chance to register the format. Please go to a front desk.
So many hands. Yeah.
你刚是丢一颗出来的，
扣啊，扣啊。
Hi, Tommy. Okay, perfect. So action checking over to Tom Henricus here. Having turned a straight flush draw with his 2-pair, is looking to seek some value. Improving versus the King 4 of Lan Yu Hin. And Lan does make the fold, so Tom is going to take that one down. In that small blind versus blind battle, we do have 7 players remaining with Men Ling Ling, current chip leader from Taiwan. 22% of the chips so far. Eddie Cheng, David Okuyaga, Howard Huang, Tom Henricus, Yan Sik, and Lan Yu Hin make up the 7 remaining players. So the blinds are 60, 120k. We're joined by myself, George Sanford, for the commentary of the Super High Roller final table here in Taipei. David Okuyaga, very famous Philippine player, opening up from the +1 with the Queen 10 offsuit. No resistance so far. Let's go on a slight size up to the standard 240k sizing. And Tom Henricus in the small. He's going to elect to fold. Howard Huang, 8-6 suited, certainly a viable candidate for a defend here. Stacks are relatively even across the board. No runaway chip leader at present. Huang is mulling over his decision here, but it does feel like quite a natural defend, and he does make the call with the 8-6. David Okuyaga with the equity advantage going to this flop, which does come 10 high, so a good spot for the Filipino. Howard Huang here will be checking this board at pretty much full frequency, and a very quick check back there from Okuyaga. And now look at this, the 9 of clubs on the turn. A gut shot and a flush draw for Huang. Does slide it over. Interesting. Felt like with the 8-6 there, even facing a raise, he would be able to continue. Does he have any designs on a check raise here? Quick checkbacks in his opponent's range. You're going to be thinking of hands like potentially 9s, pocket 8s, ace-king. Maybe hands like ace-8 suited, ace-jack. Ace-king could be a potential value bet on this very disconnected flop. 10-4 deuce. Not going to hit the big blind range that hard as Huang does go for the check call on the river and comes up dry. 5 of diamonds rolling off. And Huang has other ideas here. Looks like he's going to be leading on the 5. Interesting thing is, what does he represent with the lead? Usually leads will come from a shift in equity advantages. So a lead on this 5 would say, I have the advantage now. And really, apart from 6-3 suited, which is quite a marginal pre-flop defend on a final table with ICM implications, this 5 shouldn't hit him too hard. So there could be some alarm bells ringing in Urquiaga's mind if we do see this lead here. I think Huang is just, it's a byproduct of thinking, well, I do arrive at the river with 8 high here. Did have the opportunity to find some aggression on the turn. And it looks like he is counting out a bet here. He's going to lead. Look at this, a very non-standard lead here from Huang. Trying to represent hands like 9-5 suited, 10-5 suited. Would that defend pre-flop? 4-5 suited for sure. But only really a couple of combinations that improve on this 5. He could definitely have a hand like ace-3. A time chip used by Urquiaga, and you can't blame him in this situation. He's definitely puzzled. Not very often you do see a lead on this kind of river. There's no flush completer. There's not really a standard straight completer either. Ace-3 and 6-3. 6-3 somewhat discounted, whereas ace-3 potentially somewhat likely. I mean, he does beat hands like Queen-Jack, Queen-8. Still mulling over his decision here, Urquiaga. Facing this half-pot lead from Huang. And he's thinking, if he's got pocket 2s, pocket 4s, why wouldn't he have raised me on the turn? And there is the call. Urquiaga with the Queen 10 top pair there. In my humble opinion, somewhat of a slow roll. He's going to struggle to do better than having Queen 10 on the river. I mean, he could improve to pocket 5 sometimes, which would also be quite a standard c-bet in that situation. However, the lead not making an awful lot of sense from Huang. And Urquiaga surging up the rankings there now, 4.5 million to his name. And you see Howard Huang, after the failed lead bluff attempt on the river, down with a lowly 11 big blinds here. 7 players remaining in the super high roller. The blinds are 60, 120k. And as you can see, that pack of medium stacks, including Henricus, Hung Sik, and Yu Hun, do sit there on those 19 to 17 big blinds, somewhat coffined by the chip leaders surrounding them. Eddie Cheng with the 8-5 suited. Unlikely to be getting in the mix here, although he's got other ideas. A little bit of a pep in his step from Cheng. Opening it up rather wide here with the 8-5 suited. Conventionally on a final table, you're going to be looking for some kind of removal. So, you know, even a hand like King 9 off, King 8 off, maybe outperforms the 8-5, but you can see he's got, in his mind, looking to take on Men Ling Ling in the big blind, who does fold her 10-8 offsuit, and facing the early position open, you can't fault her for that one. Maybe she gets in there with a 9-8 or a 10-9 off, but those offsuit one-gappers defending the big blind on final tables versus a player who's opening from early position that could put a dent in your stack suddenly become much less attractive, as we see the V-pips here, and it is Urquiaga from the Philippines playing the widest game so far with the 26% V-pip. A couple of very tight V-pips there down in the 11s and the 14%, a byproduct of how tight you do tend to see the final tables play. Very much a game of chess at this stage of the tournament. Players not wanting to overcommit themselves to the pots, just looking to kind of tiptoe around and tread water, making sure that they do their best not to bust. So jacks for Hunsik. Opens it up to 275k, which seems to be the preferred sizing on the table. Urquiaga is going to come along with the Queen 9. Does have his opponent out chipped. And wow, look at that for a flop. Bottom 2 on the Ace Queen 9 board. A board where he's going to expect to face a lot of aggression as well. Very interested to see what his strategy will be facing the rather inevitable c-bet. That's Hunsik. Goes for just north of 1/3. Look at this, Urquiaga just shipping it in with the 2 pair. Looking to get it in versus the hands like Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace 10, denying equity to hands like Jack 10, King Jack, King 10, and of course the flush draws. So by playing it fast, Urquiaga will really force his opponent into a tough decision. Jack's not one of those tough decisions, just going to be a bet fold for Hunsik, you feel. But imagine if he's got a hand like Jack 10 there of clubs, you know, an open-ender, a backdoor flush draw. So much equity to have to go for a bet fold. And Urquiaga, putting his opponent to the test, did flop the bottom 2 pair and takes it down. Urquiaga continuing to be a nuisance for these shorter stacks, as he does have the current table chip lead. Opening into Cheng's big blind here with the 8-4. And Cheng with the small 3-bet with the ace-jack. Interesting hand selection here. Usually in these ICM situations, you do want to be protecting your defending range somewhat with these kind of hands that really don't want to face a 4-bet. So the king queens, the ace jacks, just happy to see a flop in position, allows you to be underrepresented on ace high boards, which you will face a significant amount of aggression. But Cheng potentially picking up on Urquiaga's relentless aggression there and just looking to take one down pre-flop without any resistance, and that's the exact result he gets. As he does now take the chip lead himself, up to 4.7 million.
That's the whole point, right? When you can call, you can
Also in these situations, you do get a kind of a psychological warfare that's in play as well. Cheng saying to Urquiaga to read between the lines that he's not going to be standing for any of this, and that he will and is willing to fight back. Howard Huang in the hijack with the king jack suited is going to send in the troops for the 11 big blinds and a welcome pickup after the slight misstep with the 8-6 suited. Wasn't able to maneuver Urquiaga off of the top pair. Going back a couple of hands, Urquiaga did in fact check back the flop on 10-4 deuce with the queen 10. We did see the 9 of clubs roll off on the turn. It gave Huang a gut shot and a flush draw. He did check call and lead on the 5. And Urquiaga used a couple of time banks before eventually making the inevitable call, which sent Huang to the bottom of the pack. However, getting a shove through there will be good news for the local player. And he's back up to 13 big blinds and joint bottom of the rankings at the moment. Yang Hun-sik going for the small raise. Blind versus blind with the queen 10. Could see shoves there with the big blind ante format, just looking to take down the 2 bigs, but instead a slightly more conservative style, going for the raise fold. Not looking to really face any resistance, although raising does allow some worse hands to continue that would otherwise fold. So kind of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other in those situations. By not shoving, you potentially maintain your position in the tournament instead of running into a strong hand. But also by raising, maybe allowing hands like Queen 8, Queen 9, 10-9, 10-8 to continue that would otherwise fold. Urquiaga with the ace does have the now chip leader on his left, but is going to continue with his aggressive style, opening it up with the ace blocker. The benefit of this is that Cheng, although he does have him slightly out-chipped at the moment, will have a lot of snap folds. About 60 to 70% of the hands he's just not going to be able to face or do much with. As Hung-sik now with the ace 4 conventionally would be on the wider side to consider a jam here for 15 blinds. Ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited would be great shoves. But all of a sudden, if he's going to be shoving in ace 4 off, ace 3 off, ace 5 off, just too many combinations there, and the risk premium on that short to medium stack is rather high at this stage, so despite knowingly facing a wider range from the opener, do just want to be somewhat cautious, as Henricus also folds the big blind with the 9-3 suited, not looking to get involved, out of position, going to be facing a lot of aggression down the streets. And as we've seen from Urquiaga, his rather aggressive style means that he will be jolting up and down that leaderboard and does, in fact, retain the top spot.
Depende kung ilang percent ang gusto mo or pwedeng ano tayo.
Urquiaga gets out the way. Cheng. Seems like he's got an important call to take. Not even at the table. So it's over to Yu Hin. 15 big blinds on the button, 9 deuce. Surely no designs on entering the pot. Does find the fold. Henricus here with an interesting king 5. I believe he has the short stack to his direct left. Going to be about 12 big blinds effective and does go for the shove with the king blocker. Let's see if Huang's got anything to find a call with. 9-8's not going to cut it. So Henricus getting through the shove, picking up a couple of big blinds there. Every little helps in those situations. And certainly fortune favors the brave with those blind versus blind jams. Not looking to be overly tight, limping, allowing your opponent to potentially shove on you. But just putting one of the bottom stacks under maximum pressure. Henricus here on the button with the pocket jacks. Having got the shove through now up to around about 20 big blinds. Going to be looking to min-raise this one. Shoving would be a real waste of the hand in some ways. Not really going to have an open jamming range all that often, especially as he is opening into Meng Ling Ling in the big blind who does cover him. Her 4-3 off. Even versus the min-raise here, unlikely to be continuing. Certainly doesn't really have the qualities of any kind of 3-bet, although looks like she might be taking things into her own hands here. Wow, what have we got here? Is that a 3-bet? Wow. I mean, you have to applaud the bravery with the 4-3. Just completely blockless. Conventionally, you'd use some kind of hand like an ace deuce or a king 5, maybe even a queen 4 or something like that. At least having a blocker to the strong hands in your opponent's range. With her 4-3, no interaction on hands that might 4-bet jam, such as ace king, ace queen, jacks, queens, tens, kings. So a slight misstep, but full marks for bravery. Just not going to work out versus the pocket jacks of Henricus, who does pick up another pot, and that's back-to-back pots for Tom. Quietly going about business and sailing up the rankings now. Has got himself into a comfortable 4th position, as you can see. Hung Sik, Yu Hin, and Huang really in the troublesome stack depths with 11 to 15 big blinds. And we are 7-handed, so it's not coming around too fast, but very easy to go card dead for a couple of orbits and all of a sudden be down in a perilous situation of south of 10 big blinds, losing fold equity every single orbit. Henricus picking up some hands. Gets the shove through with the king 5 for 12 big blinds effective. Blind versus blind. Gets 4-bet. Holding pocket jacks on the button. Sorry, gets 3-bet. Holding pocket jacks on the button. Gets the 4-bet easily through versus the 4-3 off of Ling Lin. And now opening it up with the ace-jack and is unlikely to face any resistance here as Urquiaga just with the 6-3 off. Is the Filipino going to have any designs on entering this pot? Conventionally, you'd think not. 6th on the Philippines all-time money list, Urquiaga. And does simply fold. So huge momentum for Tom Henricus here. 3.5 million, comfortably in the middle of the pack.
I hope maybe you bet the banana. I don't know if I have anything that I can bet against it.
It's coming. No.
I have nothing. Maybe time banks?
Yeah, you need a time back. So playing autopilot now. Actually, sa Cebu marami. Afford nila. Pero pwede natin din partner na RTP table na portion po tayo. Kasi rebenta yung table.
Wow, look at this. Ling Lin. Finding the aces on the button. The dream spot to pick up the aces. And she does have the 2 bigger stacks to her direct left. Will have position, of course. And we do see the blinds go up to 81.60. So she's praying for some aggression from her opponents as Cheng looks down at the queen 5. The kind of combination that you're seeing people online take as a 3-bet rather over-willingly. But Cheng deciding not to get involved, and Ling Lin having a little laugh as if to say, I had it. The rockets on the button. Having a look at Henricus' resume. Really strong 2024 from Tom, who's been grinding pretty much all of the Asian series across Manila, Malaysia, the Asian Poker Tour. Been over in Vietnam as well, and just consistently cashing with a lot of first, seconds, and final table performances, and has racked up $418,000 on the Hendon Mob in quite a short space of time. Very impressive resume for Henricus. Sat over there in seed 7. So that blind increase will affect a couple of these short stacks. And Yu Hin, who was sitting on 15 big blinds and not comfortable, but certainly with a little bit more breathing room, now all of a sudden with 11 big blinds and King Queen under the gun. Quite a good combination for a raise fold here, and he does go for the min raise. Don't want to be overcommitting ourselves with hands under the gun. And the byproduct of the min raise is that our range is going to be really strong for the most part. We do have a lot of raise calls. We've got our ace kings, our 10s plus, our ace-queen suiteds. So having a couple of hands like ace-10 off, king-queen off, you know, the king-10 suiteds certainly help to balance that, as that stronger part of the range doesn't just want to jam for 11 big blinds there. We'll look to seek some value from potentially a button or a big blind defend. And it does also allow you to avoid the downside of shoving and potentially running into a stronger hand. Just going to be a rather begrudging raise fold with the king queen, but does get it through. Nice little pickup there. Ling Lin, no more theatrics this time. We saw a 4-bet with the 4-3 offsuit from the big blind. But Urquiaga likely to continue to try to run the show here. Opening into Cheng's button. We did give him a little bit of resistance with the ace-jack, but simply can't do anything with the 8-7. Couple of short stacks behind. Looking to allow Urquiaga to face the collision with those shorter stacks, which is always a good thing to do when you're between second and fifth out of 7 here. You really want to allow the chip leader to try and do most of the legwork for you. Run through the shorter stacks, find the eliminations. You simply make money by folding in some situations, especially with the ICM implications, of course, where potentially colliding with the chip leader and losing a big pot can completely nullify your position at the final table. But often folding and allowing him to do the work for you can have some benefits. Wow, look at this. Urquiaga with a really loose, aggressive table image. Now picking up the kings in the hijack. And he's going to continue to put the chips to work. Hung Sik shoves it in with ace-10 suited and is really unfortunate in this situation. So rare that he's going to run into such a strong hand. Does still have a decent chunk of equity. The ace and the spades are live, of course. We can see on the reader 37%. Conventionally, this would be closer to 30, but due to some of the folded cards, it's actually a favorable spot for the ace-10 compared to usual. Not the best of boards. Jack 7-4, 2 clubs. A club would kill 2 of his outs, but he does pick up. A couple of extra outs now. 5 outs once. Can he hit the ace or the king? Needs a big card. No, not to be, as the 9 of hearts rolls off. And after a rather stubborn sequence of play, we do see an elimination as Hung Sik from South Korea hits the rail in 7th place. And Urquiaga going from strength to strength. And with that elimination, you can see now starting to find breathing room between first and second. Cheng now is on his left. And the issue is for Cheng is that Urquiaga is going to be opening a lot more now with that more comfortable chip lead. So does he just continue to let him do the work, or will he have to fight back at some stage? We shall see. Urquiaga with the king 10 of spades, opening to 400k. Continuing to press. Henricus here in the small blind with the pocket sixes. Very interested to see how he approaches this spot. Does have the short stack behind. The round 10 bigs. Does he feel like there's any value in set mining here from the small blind? Definitely not going to be considering a 3-bet. He's going to use a time bank, and I think that that's quite valid in this situation. It's not an easy spot to decipher. Does he want to allow the opportunity for Erguiaga to go heads up with the big blind? Or does he want to come in as one of the medium stacks and risk playing a situation post-flop versus Erguiaga? The benefit of the sixes is that you do have rather easy playability post-flop. He does find the fold, and I don't blame him for that at all. I think sevens and eights, very natural calls, but with Huang so short in the big blind here, allowing Huang to call here, defend the big blind, potentially go for some stop and go ideas, or even at the very least have a chance of colliding with Erguiaga. His final table ICM value will increase should the short stack bust.
Yeah, like 3 going, like 20 PP. Of course you can fold.
Can fold, can fold.
I'll see it tonight.
You can fold.
Then I will call you.
I just don't
Hung
wanna
Sik, you
double
can see there, eliminated in 7th for 148,000
big stack Tom always a problem.
Taiwan dollars. So Erguiaga continuing to sail up the rankings, 7.6 million now. And in the big blind, Henricus unlikely to be doing anything with the 8-6, so it will be over to Huang on the short stack. Only 6 big blinds now. Going to need probably to do something within the next orbit or so, because once he pays the next round, now 6-handed, going to be losing over a third of his stack just from playing the blinds and the antes.
I'm a punish.
Open.
If she open, I jam. Any.
I
It doesn't
know,
matter.
I know. I feel it.
If he jam, I
I
fold.
didn't mean that she had to open. No.
If he jam, I fold. Ho Jin Long style. Fold ace jack, fold king jack.
If I call, you jam.
Maybe 2.5x. So if you jam, I can split it. If I jam, use my banana.
And you hint, folding with the 8-3, to Henricus. And with this surge from Erguiaga, does feel like we're going to see a lot more cagey action. Look at this. We'll go back to that point in a second as Huang picks up kings with the 6 big blinds. A min raise would look rather suspicious, so does just go for the shove, as he would with all sorts of hands. Any suited ace. Erguiaga folding the ace-5 off. Maybe allowing Cheng to take on the short stack, but 8-deuce of spades. Not going to cut the mustard. And Huang, a much-needed pickup there. Up to 1.3 million, and not a million miles away from Yu Hin. So tussling at the bottom of the rankings there. Looking to find another spot. Okuyaga here with the 6-5 off. Leaning on these medium stacks now. And Lan Yuhin with the king 6 offsuit now. Is he going to be able to do anything about this? He's going to be well aware of how wide his opponent is opening. I think the king 6 is... Yeah, he does fold because he's looking over at the stack of Huang and thinking, I probably just want to outlast Huang at this stage. He's going to be going through the blinds and the antes. And to be fair to Yu Hin, does have, once the blinds go through Huang, fairly sizable advantage on the other short stack. So maybe felt like he was less incentivized to continue. King 6 though, quite a, you know, having this kind of high-low does make life quite easy. If you do defend, just looking to flop the king and go from there, taking your price. But his idea was to try and outlast Huang, and that's probably going to be the strategy going forward. Usually a solid indicator of his kind of game plan, just even from that pre-flop decision. Now with the 8-4 suited, is he going to risk trying to find a limp here? Does just find the fold. And Henricus with the 7 deuce gets a nice little walk. So Huang and Yu Hin at the bottom of the rankings, but of course Huang going through the blinds right now. Cheng finding kings, a much needed pickup for him with Okuyaga absent. Does solidify his second place position. 20% of the chips in play, Okuyaga creeping up towards having half the chips in play. And then you see Ling Lin and Henricus towards the middle with Yu Hin and Huang battling it out at the bottom of the rankings. Huang having paid the blind in the ante now, just down to 6 big blinds once again. Did get the shove through with the kings in the previous orbit, but he's going to need to improve on that in the very short near future. Cheng, queen 3 off. Not going to be doing anything. Henricus with the ace deuce suited, certainly going to be opening and will be forced to call the small blind. Huang with the 6 big blinds. Definitely good to weigh up the situation in front of you as he does, looking over to both stacks, just making sure. So goes for the open. And Ling Lin picking up the ace queen for 20 big blinds here, I think, and around about 19 effective. Usually just the one decision here, which is likely to be all in. But if she's going to be 3-betting super wide, she could go for an induce, which is what she's going to do. And Henricus in a very perilous situation here now with the ace deuce. It's one of those combinations that you see a player like Men Ling Ling and you think they do have the capability of doing something here, but picking up on the game flow exceptionally well, finding the fold. and averting disaster. It's so easy to get suckered into thinking, you know what, the last one sailed through, why don't I go for it again? But Henricus there, an expert, identifying the situation, identifying the changes in stack depths surrounding him, shoving and running into it, which is seemingly more likely in terms of a game flow scenario where you do have two really short stacks now to contend with. The risk premium is much higher than the previous situation where he was kind of a middling stack and the stacks were much more evened out. Urquiaga has been on somewhat of a tear, so that has led the short stacks to bleed somewhat. And now Henricus looking to preserve that middling stack position rather than taking the 4-bet jam. Impressive discipline there. Very easy just to sail it through and hope for the best with the ace deuce, but did find a way out. So Cheng opening it up under the gun with the 7-6 suited. Hasn't really had too many chances to open with the relentlessly aggressive Urquiaga to his direct right, doing most of the legwork for him. And you feel on this King 10-9 rainbow, a great board for the early position player. You did feel like the c-bet was coming, but Cheng has other ideas, checking it back. Spidey senses were correct on this one, as Urquiaga with 2-pair facing the check back knows he's got the absolute nuts now. It's just a question of how much can he extract from his opponent. What is he looking to target here? Conventionally, hands that could check back here. Usually you'd be considering some form of range bet, I think, on this type of board. 2 Broadway. But does avert any kind of disaster. Just allowing Urquiaga to stab the turn and take it down, as Urquiaga now doubles second place with that pickup. Manglin Lin got the little 3-bet through with the ace-queen. Had aces on the button, just took down the blinds. Went for a rather spectacular 3-bet with 4-3 offsuit versus Henricus earlier on, running into the jacks, getting jammed on, but has managed to preserve her situation somewhat. 3.9 million tied with Cheng for second right now. So business as usual for Urquiaga with the 8.3 million. 39% of the chips. Wang and Yuhin really in the danger zone right now. Both players seemingly from the field that you've got of the last couple of orbits, just looking to outlast each other at this stage. Getting that pay jump up to 5th. Urquiaga with the Jack-3 suited. Not going to be opening this time. Wouldn't have minded an open there with the Jack-3 on the button. As the runaway chip leader, having that Broadway blocker is quite nice. Blocks some of the hands that you might see jam. Ace-Jack, Jacks. Queen-Jack suited, King-Jack suited. But instead, Cheng takes the bait, shoving in the King-3. And Yu Hin here with King 4 suited. You do call these spots for chips, but we're not playing chips, of course. We're on a big final table here. And with Huang going around the blinds. Oh, he does call it off. Some bravery there from Yu Hin. And now Huang, look at this, smiling, you can see on the right of the screen, as he realizes that he's got a chance to ladder up here from doing absolutely nothing. Surprised to see the King 4 suited call there. Thought he might have continued to stick to the game plan of trying to allow his opponent to whittle down. Backdoor diamonds for Cheng could be of some danger here. Let's see if we do get a spicy turn card. Looking to be a chop at the moment. There's a 4 on the turn. As Hin takes a huge lead. Now needs to fade the 6. But it is an ace on the river. And Cheng doubles up Lan Yu Hin. The bravery rewarded in this case. Calling it off with the King 4 under a lot of ICM pressure. And Huang with the 8 bigs. Had a free pull at the 3 to get the elimination and make around about 30,000 Taiwanese dollars, but not to be on this occasion. So now it is going to be Huang playing the blind and the ante next hand. And all eyes on him really at this stage. Now that Yu Hin has made his move, turning the 4 up to 16 bigs. Jostling with the likes of Henricus and Cheng, who has fallen down the rankings rather spectacularly. Just losing that blind versus blind all in for 8 bigs. And now all of a sudden he's in the pack. Looking over his shoulder potentially. Ling Lin out the way with the 8 deuce. Okriaga with the A7 is just going to jam with all of these short stacks behind. And Cheng here, ace 8 suited. Again, it's going to be probably close to a call for chips, but he just can't do anything with the shorter stacks in play. But Yu Hin on a run, finding the jacks in the small blind. And good news for him is that an ace was folded in Cheng's hand, so only going to be up against the 2 outer here. Or some kind of miraculous straight or spade flush. So Yu Hin with those jacks, finding the call. And look at what could happen here. If he wins this, he'd be up to second and almost first place. But look at that! Ace King King on the flop. Not even a backdoor flush draw for Yu Hin, as Okriaga spikes the 2 outer. 7 on the turn. Yu Hin without the Jack of Hearts, which he would have loved right now. Can he find the Jack? No, not to be. A full house for Okriaga. And the elimination of Yu Hin, who had to fade 2 outs to really get into business here as Okriaga, stroking the banana as if to say, this puppy's loaded. And look at that chip lead. 53% of the chips in play. And now almost 3x second in chips. And we are at the 80k, 160k level. So Cheng, Henricus, Huang, and Ling Lin are just going to have to watch and revel in the Okriaga show, it feels like, from this point onwards. Really going to be some nitty-gritty ICM poker in play over the next couple of hours, as Okriaga will almost inevitably look to put everyone to the test. And they just simply have to jostle around and try and find a hand, as Yu Hin did. But unfortunately, the nature of the game is that you're never guaranteed that double up, the ace on the flop, sealing the deal as we are down to 5.
Yeah.
So Henricus jamming blind versus blind into the short stack of Huang, who does find the call with the king 10. So a dominating situation for Huang. And this is a crucial all-in, of course, for the local player. Needing to fade a 3. Ooh, a bit of a sweat from the dealer. Some opportunities emerging. A jack or a queen. Or a backdoor double board pair. An 8 on the turn. Looking clean. Needs to fade an 8. A 3. A king or a queen. Or the jack. So they are going to chop it up. And Huang gutted. But the ace deuce deuce, not the best of boards when we're all in with king 10 versus king 3. Just looking for something clean without the 3. And instead, we'll be chopping up the big blind ante that he'd already paid. So a slight loss on the hand for Huang, but looking on the bright side, still in the tournament.
You know how it feels. It's weird to say, but this is a dream flop.
So Urquiaga back to business with the 8-6 suited. And the benefit here is that once Huang folds the small blind, the short stack, Ling Lin is under so much pressure in the big blind. Just wow, but when she finds the ladies, certainly not the case. We've seen her go for the small 3-bet from the big blind twice now. Once with ace queen, once with 4-3 off. So certainly some semblance of balance there. And now, of course, with the queens and that image of having 3-bet the big blind on multiple occasions now, playing into her advantage, having picking up such a strong hand. Goes to 1 million. 600k to call for Urquiaga. Is he going to take a flop here, facing this price? 600 into 2.2. It is tempting. With the suited hand, facing the polarized range. Oh my word, he's jammed. 8-6 suited, finds the 4-bet jam versus Meng Ling Lin. Urquiaga trying to apply max pressure here. A little bit of a slow roll from Ling Lin. Not sure what the plan was, if we're not just going to be calling it off here with the queens. Surely we're not going to be 3-bet folding. So the chips will be going in, but you can see that she's not thrilled about the prospect, potentially facing her tournament life with shorter stacks in play. Ling Lin has a dream scenario here as Urquiaga once again polishing the banana. The banana pistol that has seen multiple players bust, but does find the call. And Urquiaga is going to be quite surprised to see a hand as strong as queens. He's probably going to be thinking, as she, thinking with a hand like ace queen or pocket tens that maybe has erroneously gone for the small 3-bet. But instead, the queen's in a dominating situation here. 83% equity versus the 8-6 of clubs. Are there going to be any fireworks? Ooh, a gut shot for Urquiaga. 3 9s available. Did see the 9 of clubs folded. As he does polish the banana, looking for some run good. The 10 will seal the deal. A full house for Ling Lin. And all of a sudden, the chip lead regained. Doesn't even win it with the full house in the end. Quads on the board, so queen high takes it down. And after that slight misstep there from Urquiaga, firing it in with the 8-6 suited versus the big blind 3-bet. Now relinquishing the chip lead. However, does have position and direct position at that on Ling Lin. So will be looking to regain that shortly. You can see from this kind of style of play that he's brought the Philippine that he really lives and dies by the sword. Relentless aggression. If he'd have got her to fold a hand like ace queen or ace jack there, he would have looked like a genius. Instead, running into the queens. Somewhat of a slow roll, but you can understand that Ling Lin was not looking maybe to face the all-in, just happy to take it down with the 3-bet. Although once you do 3-bet non-all-in with a hand as strong as queens, rather inevitable that the chips will be sending their way into the middle.
Because she tanked already, I thought she's holding. When she tanked, I thought she's holding. Right?
You shout me, then you touch the banana.
Next time you touch my banana. You're still alive. I tried.
Thanks for trying.
We had chance and flop.
So back to the action, and it's aces for Huang. Look at this with the 8 big blinds. Counting out his stack. Would be rather suspicious to go for the min raise into the chip leader here. And so he is going to jam, and I like this option. We're probably going to get a wider range of action when we jam as opposed to when we min raise. It just looks so suspicious when you're opening into the 2 chip leaders in the blinds off of 8 big blinds to min raise in this situation. Huang well aware of that and does go for the jam with the aces. Unfortunately, Queen 7 is not going to be mustering up a call in this situation, although we have seen stranger things. So far it's been a wet and wild final table. Quiago mulling it over here with the Queen 7. He's gonna call. My word, is this a blow up from the Philippine pro? Calling with Queen 7 versus an 8 big blind jam. Back to back hands now. 4-bet jamming 8-6 suited to lose the chip lead. Now flicking another 1 million into the middle with the Queen 7 off versus the short stack, giving him a spin with the computer hand. King 4 is of no help, and Urquiaga looking for a backdoor boat draw. The 4 rolls off on the turn. That's the check mark for Huang with no sweat whatsoever on the King 4-4 jack run out. Secures a rather charitable double there from David Urquiaga, who is smiling and joking, but he'll be kicking himself inside. That's a couple of hands back to back now where he's made a rather speculative play and has been, of course, punished by the deck in both situations as well. And Howard Huang, an interesting Hendon Mob profile, only $726 in live cashes, all in 2023, all in Taipei, with the biggest score of $276, with a total Hendon Mob of under 1K in live earnings, finding himself in the final 5 of the super high roller here. What a story that would be for Huang. Henricus all in with the 8s. Under the gun, but they are 5-handed. So, of course, the big blind ante now, in effect, a 20% ante, which means that we do get a couple more open jams in these situations. He doesn't want to raise call a hand like eights, because by doing that he allows one of the chip leaders to shove on him with a hand like a suited Broadway. So let's say Urquiaga is in the small blind there with a hand like Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, King 10 suited. These are all very viable candidates for a 3-bet jam, but simply cannot call off the 15 big blind open jam, and Henrika's well aware of that, just taking it down. Moving himself into third. And one double, and he could be right at the top of the pecking order if he does indeed double through Ling or Urquiaga. It's amazing how quickly things can change here on the final table, as Huang with the ace-10. Got 16 big blinds. With a hand like ace-10, I don't think he mind just opening. Will be pretty much a raise fold, but cross that bridge when we come to it. See what Cheng's lurking in the small blind, the king 6. Not been the best of final tables for him so far. And Henricus in the big blind is gonna muck the 7-4. So a nice pickup there for Huang. Back-to-back pots, getting the double up through Urquiaga with the aces, then getting the raise through with the ace-10. And we are going to take a 15-minute break, so stay tuned and we'll be back for the final table of the Super High Roller Players Series here in Taipei in about 15 minutes. Thanks very much. So hello and welcome back to the final table here at the Players Series of the Super High Roller. 5 players remaining, and Ling Lin, having found the queens versus the 8-6 suited of Urquiaga, doubling up in spectacular fashion after a hyper-aggressive move from the Philippine professional. Finds herself with the chip lead with 5 remaining players, playing for a top prize of 1.12 million Taiwanese dollars. Current payouts are 218 for 5th, 288 for 4th, 428,000 for 3rd, 700,000 for 2nd, and of course the massive top prize of over a million, 1.12 million Taiwanese dollars for 1st place. Cheng jamming the button with the Queen 9, first hand back. Getting it through, no sign of David Urquiaga so far. But cards are in the air, and here he is, just about getting there in time for the second hand. With his patented banana, of course. But the 6 deuce will allow him some time to regroup after rushing back from the break, as we do see the chip up in the background. So Tom Henricus here on the button, 12 big blinds, ace-3 offsuit. He's going to shove. Big blind ante, so much more significant at this stage than in a conventional, let's say, online tournament where it would be something like 0.1 big blinds for every player. So the big blind ante would be 0.5 big blinds, but in a live format, you pay a full big blind and a full ante. So that extra half a blind out there allows hands like the ace-3 just to shove it in. And happy to take that one down. Picking up a few chips, and is now off the bottom of the rankings. Sat with 14 big blinds, but still some work to do to challenge the likes of Ling Lin, sitting atop of the leaderboard with over a third of the chips in play. Over to Cheng with the jack-8, just going to let it go. And now Queen 4 for Henricus here. On the button. Not typically the type of hand that you want to be opening into the chip leader, and he does let it go. Ling Lin, let's see what intentions she has coming back from the break with this newfound chip lead. With her Queen 4 blind versus blind. Certainly a hand that could be inviting to put some pressure onto Urquiaga with her newfound chip lead. Blind versus blind, the high-low with the blocker of the strong hands potentially. Let's go for a very small raise here, 2.5 big blinds. Just looking to clean out some of the offsuit trash. Wow, look at this for a flop. Urquiaga flopping top pair and the jack-high flush draw, and Ling Lin certainly has some interaction herself with middle pair and the backdoor queen-high flush draw. So we could see some fireworks here on a multitude of different turn cards. Ling Lin is going to start off with the bet. Not a bad board considering that you are going to get, with this kind of ICM pressure, hands like 8-3 offsuit, 4-3 offsuit, 8-4 offsuit to fold. So in fact it does suit her overpair heavy range compared to her opponent, who's simply not really going to have any overpairs. Going for the second barrel now. Whilst I like the flop bet, I'm not sure about this third pair here. A couple of straight completers arriving. Ace deuce and 6-7 getting there. Urquiaga with no choice but to come along with the jack 8, of course. Top pair and a flush draw. Certainly not going to be going anywhere. And look at this, the 4 on the river. An absolutely sickening card for Urquiaga, who I don't think will be too concerned about the 4x in his opponent's range. More concerned about hands like ace deuce and 9s plus. Here comes the third barrel from Ling Lin. As now Urquiaga, having been extremely comfortable on the flop and turn, looks a bit uncomfortable and shows the fact that he saw the sickest run out possible. Ling Lin really firing one into the abyss on the turn there with the third pair. Rather unconventional style, but when you find the offsuit 4 on the river, you get paid. And that she is sat with 49% of the chips in play after a rather fortuitous run of the deck there. Getting a bit spicy with the pre-flop open with the queen 4. Certainly has merit as the chip lead, leaning on that second in chip stack of Urquiaga. Rivering trips and getting paid for the full 3 streets. 10 million now, facing second place with 2.9. It could even be a situation where, in theory, we're going to see Ling Lin go for just a lot of open jams in this situation, especially with that live big blind ante format. The show could be over in a matter of a few orbits with this stack distribution. Let's see how she approaches it.
Getting crushed. Candy Crush. Yeah, Candy Crush.
Huang, ace 7, 5-handed, under the gun. I think decent potential for a raise fold here. He may jam. Fold is interesting as well, just looking to allow Ling Lin to potentially lean on some of the other players. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, I think I like the fold with this really bunch stack distribution. Not massively incentivized to open, rather more incentivized to fold and let Ling Lin do the job.
Wow.
Cheng with the 10 deuce, allowing Henricus another walk. Looking at that king 8 suited. Nice when you get the walk, less so when you get the jam.
There's only one way, guys. We team up against her.
What's the strategy?
Only one guy play and then one money, you heads up against her.
I don't want to flip against her.
No flipping. Maybe later we'll have to flip because blinds is so big.
Over to Henricus in the small blind, queen 4 offsuit. 15 big blinds effective, facing the shorter stack. And he is going to jam blind versus blind. Look at this. Putting the max pressure on the shorter stack of Huang, who simply cannot muster up a call with much of his range there. And Henricus does find a rather brave and valiant effort. Okuyaga is going to fold under the gun. And this rather fascinating scenario that's developed, all escalating from the Queen 4 versus Jack 8 hand. If Ling Lin didn't find the river 4 there, this situation would not be occurring. In fact, Okuyaga would have had the chip lead on her direct left, and the other stacks would have, of course, been bunched around at the bottom. But with 4 middling stacks and 1 glooming large stack, it's a completely different ball game here as Cheng going for the open with the Jack 9 off. Rather adventurous, to say the least. And Ling Lin here with the suited hand, the Queen Deuce, is going to find a call, although she may be somewhat concerned as to the hand of her opponent. Min raising off of the 11 big blind stack there in the cutoff. And look at this, it just keeps looking up and up for the Taiwanese player Ling Lin. The queen of the high roller scene, so we're told, with a rather impressive hand and mob resume as Cheng runs into an unfortunate situation here, just open jamming the Queen 3-3 flop with the Jack 9. I don't see how this possibly gets through versus the 2 pair of Ling Lin. Stranger things have happened. She does make the call, and it's bad news for Cheng. A bit of a blow up there. Rather unnecessary open with the Jack 9. And Ling Lin sees just how good she's got it in here. She needs to fade a backdoor straight or some kind of backdoor full house, both of which are very unlikely. As you do see, 96% equity. She was probably thinking she was up against more a hand like Ace-King, and that's the end of that. The 3 on the turn seals the deal for Cheng there, who hits the rail in rather spectacular fashion, rifling it in with the Jack 9 on the Queen 3-3 and facing the inevitable call from Ling Lin.
Thank you. It was a fruitful absence. TJ, thank you.
So Ling Lin with the 13 million stack now, as we do lose Cheng in 5th place, taking home a prize of 218,000 Taiwanese dollars. The next pay jump locked up for all remaining 4 players now, 288,000 Taiwanese dollars. Rather nice payday for all involved. And Ling Lin with Queen 10 suited, likely to be putting Okuyaga to the test here. Don't see any merit for an option apart from all in, and she does pull the trigger, of course.
You taught her that.
Okuyaga with his
You are only worth 10% of my stack.
rather goofy table presence and permanent smile. He's certainly been a fun player to commentate on. 6th on the Philippine all-time money list, certainly a player that isn't going to be overawed by the occasion. And when you compare that to potentially the likes of Howard Huang, with less than $1,000 on his hand and mob resume, finding himself in the final 4 of a super high roller. Certainly two polar opposites in the form of the table presence. But look at this, Howard Huang has just found a way to find a strong hand whenever he really needed it the most. I'll remind you back of before the break, the aces getting a spin from Queen 7 for 8 bigs, which secured his berth in the final four. Now picking up ace queen just as he was about to go through the blinds and the antes with 10 bigs. And Henricus finding the eights in the big blind. So we are going to be off to the races here. Big all-in confrontation for both players. And you can see Henricus there shuffling around with his hoodie. Certainly not the hand that he was looking to see, hoping for some ace-5 suited, pocket 7s, pocket 6s, maybe an ace-4 suited. But in fact, it is a classic flip, as Huang needs to hit to stay alive. Is it going to be the fairy tale story for the relatively unknown local player, coming in with the biggest ever Hendon Mob score of $276? Is now guaranteed almost 20 times that with the 4th place. Can he find a bit more from the kitty?
Of course, I'm happy to see this.
The tension is palpable.
Maybe a split. No, maybe a split. Let me think how we do that.
For everyone except for Urquiaga here, who's just always finding something to laugh about. What a great table presence this guy has. I guess it helps when you have almost 2 million on the mob and lots of big scores around the world. As you can see, the faces of Huang and, of course, Henricus not sporting such a hearty laugh. Jack 9-5. Swing and a miss so far for Huang. Interesting turn cards could arrive in the form of the king or the 10, potentially, for some straight draw opportunities. But the deuce of hearts, a sickening blow to the local player's hopes. He finds the queen on the river! Wow! He can't even believe it. A little squint, a rather sporting bump there from Henricus, who's flown onto the high roller scene in Asia in recent times, cashing for almost 300k in 2024. And did have a first back in the APT mini main event for 84,000 US dollars, 2.7 million Taiwanese dollars back in October. But I implore you to go and have a look at this guy's Hendon Mob resume. Tom Verbruggen on the Hendon Mob. Just an insanely consistent live record in Asia in 2024. And will certainly be putting extra numbers on the board here, despite losing quite a crucial flip on the river there. Huang finding the queen to stay alive, but it's Ling Lin in the driving seat right now.
Oh, he called, he called.
So despite the all-in confrontation between Huang and Henricus, it's still, of course, Ling Lin, 62% of the chips in play. And Huang now on her direct right with 19 bigs, which means whenever he's out the way, the amount of pressure that she can put on Urquiaga is monumental. He now has to tussle with the 5 big blind stack of Henricus, who only has a couple of orbits before he's actually blinded out of the tournament, such as the severity of the big blind and big blind ante structure. So 9-6 off. Going to get one more hand, which will be the cutoff before he is forced to put just under half his stack in. Huang limping into Meng Linglin's big blind. Not conventionally something we want to do too often, but 9-5 suited, if he feels like he's not going to face relentless aggression, is certainly a candidate for a potential limp. Should be having some ideas of a bet here on King 3 deuce, although in the check range she will have some 3x and deuce x, of course.
It's okay.
Henricus now, having to pay that blind and ante next hand, will be looking for something desperately here. Potentially stay alive. 10 deuce off. Texas Dolly is not going to get it cut. Probably just going to have to fold and pray that there's some kind of collision, although rather unlikely, as all of the other players will certainly know the situation that is developing. Having a wry smile to himself, but yeah, can't just be range all in this situation. If he had maybe 2 big blinds, then you could consider it playing for that big blind ante.
Fuck, I don't have time, man. But I have a calling hand. But how much you have? 600k. If we are flipping, I might 500.
Linglin jamming blind versus blind with the King 3, and Urquiaga is going to find the call here despite Tom over there with 5 big blinds going through the blinds next hand, calls it off with ace-8. And a rather brave call at this stage, considering the ICM pressure, although it is a really top-heavy structure, and if he knows that he's going to be miles ahead of the small blind jam, certainly a situation where he's somewhat incentivized to take a thinner spot, although there is the 3 on the flop for Linglin, continuing to steamroll this final table. Can she hold? Needs to fade an ace or an 8. There is the ace on the turn. No flush draw available for either player. So Urquiaga needs to fade a king or a 3. He's got the banana out. He's trying to reverse pistol the king or the 3, and it's the 6 on the river. Mad antics here as Urquiaga gets there the hard way, seeing the 3 on the flop, ace on the turn, and does double. But you see here, the issue is he does double and is still half of the stack of Linglin, with Henricus there about to play the blind and the ante for 40% of his stack. I think we might be supposed to fold the ace-8 there, but Urquiaga had his own ideas, and you've seen a relentless streak of aggression and fearlessness in his final table performance so far, so he'll be going for the win, and that's what he's doing so far.
Your turn, Tom. I don't like the feeling.
I can still fold. We'll definitely make use of these.
So despite the knock to Linglin, still having 50% of the chips in play, Urquiaga now is going to cause a threat to her direct left.
You want to double me? No, I want to bust you.
Sensing an opportunity here to bully the short stack is Urquiaga with a more than capable ace-9 offsuit, blind versus blind. Henricus with the 8-4. counting up his chips, trying to work out if he wants to gamble here. Still think it's just that bottom of range type hand that, you know, we did see a collision in the previous hand, which basically handed him a fistful of EV. So does he feel like if he folds here, gets through to the small blind, he's still going to have about 3.5 bigs. Might be able to make something cook from that situation, but it's not looking great for Tom. Currently dead last and rather likely to take home the 288,000 Taiwanese dollars at this stage, you feel. As you can see there, Tom Henricus, 3 big blinds.
Do you guys want trivia with this logo?
Sorry?
Trivia with this logo. This is actually Dave's Spade. D and S. I have the same logo in their series.
Oh, now I see it.
Yeah, Dave's Spade. In my YouTube channel before. They just switch Bye, my friend.
Wow.
Oh, yo. You slow roll. If you snap, maybe you
No
win.
slow roll.
Okriaga all in, and Henricus going to put it in with the Jack 10 from the small blind, which is a smart play here because he gets the overlay of the big blind and the big blind ante when, of course, Huang is rather likely to fold behind. So all in for 725K, but could be doubling up to much more than the conventional 2x here. Would be up to 1.9 million and really back in the hunt if he can find a Jack or a 10. Okriaga, though, on the 4 deuce deuce with the backdoor flush draw, will still have a boatload of outs, even if it was the Jack or the 10 of spades. However, the Jack of clubs rolls off, and now it's Okriaga needing to find help on the river to secure the knockout. The 8 of spades rolling off, and Henricus does indeed secure the double with a rather juicy-looking Jack of clubs there arriving on the turn.
Okay, no more one time. No more one time.
Fair, fair. Next time I have to do it without saying.
Yeah, you just need to ask when it's coming.
How many times did Candy ask? I think not even once.
No, she was like in her mind. Four.
Yeah.
In the universe.
I just poker face.
Heard, yeah,
Oh, some short stack theatrics as Henricus, who was looking really down and out just a couple of hands ago, having to fold the 10 deuce, having to fold the 7-4, finds the Jack 10 versus the button jam in the small blind, and does indeed get himself back to just under 10 big blinds here, as Okriaga with those 7s now is going to open into the chip leader. Which certainly seems like the play, just going for the raise fold. Although maybe he had other intentions, Okriaga, definitely a man that beats to the sound of his own drum, playing for the win. Meng Lin Lin defends with the 5 deuce of clubs, taking a flop here. Versus the slight size up as well, so defending versus the 2.5x of second and chips with the 5 deuce. I'd have just let that one go. Does flop bottom pair, and Okriaga not continuing on the flop with the 7s. Employing some pot control. Ling Lin, we've seen from the way she played the Queen 4, definitely likes to drive the initiative with all sorts of holdings. This time bottom pair, just looking for some protection potentially versus hands like King Queen, King Jack, Jack 10, Queen Jack, that may or may not have c-bet the flop.
one pair.
And it does go check, check, and Urquiaga's sevens are going to hold up nicely there.
I need a sweet, 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 sweet.
You need another card.
Yeah, I need.
One more river.
No, you
Yeah.
need
With a 46% VPIP from the Philippine man at the top of the aggression
You would fall
statistics.
for that again.
Huang,
I mean,
as we mentioned before,
depends how much
is coming
you
into
bet
this
if you
final
want to
table with not a lot of experience in terms of his Enden Mob resume. Rather understandably towards the bottom of the VPIPs. And Henricus, to be fair to him, has played very solid, but he's been rather prisoned with his medium to short stack for most of the final table. So the 26% VPIP is
I do hope the next
a
card
fair
is
fight.
not relevant anymore.
Meng Lin Lin opening it up blind versus blind for the 3x with the King Jack. And could get some favorable action here if Urquiaga continues with his Jack 10.
same. Cannot play. No more outs. Supposed to be a call, but no more outs.
Does find the fold. Ling Lin adding to her towering chip advantage at this stage. Urquiaga now second in chips, electing to employ a little bit more conservatism versus the big stack of Ling Lin. So 9.9 million is her chip count. 46% of the chips in play. And once again, the onus on Huang and Henricus to find something at the bottom of the rankings. As of course, I mentioned so many times, but with this big blind ante format, a 25% ante shared across each player is so significant. The ranges do definitely get a little bit wider and does give more advantage to the chip leader, who's simply just able to hoover up all of the chips. Urquiaga in the small blind, though, with the ace-queen suited. Wondering if he even was going to go for a slow play of some sort or a smaller raise or even a limp, but does just elect to jam blind versus blind for around about 8 or 9 big blinds, not offering his opponent the chance to do anything and sailing it through. Urquiaga opening it up with the Jack 10 of diamonds, and Henricus now considering his option with the King 7. Maybe thinking about getting fruity there. Potentially the suited version of the hand would have performed a little bit better as Huang sends it in with the pocket nines. And the cards are on their backs. It's Urquiaga open jamming with the Jack 10 suited. And Huang calling it off with the nines to another classic flip situation. And the board coming up dry for Urquiaga. Does have backdoor straight potential, backdoor diamonds. Ooh, and there is the 3 of diamonds on the turn. So a jack, a 10, or a diamond for Huang to hit the rail in 4th place here. Ouch, mamma mia. The 4 of diamonds on the river sends Huang to the rail. Did a rather hearty effort to stay alive. Managed to find some big hands just when he needed it the most. The timing was on his side and in some ways was rather fortunate to make it all the way to 4th place. But unfortunately for him, he will bust out in 4th place for 288,000 Taiwanese dollars. But again, finding the aces for 8 big blinds on the button when he needed it, finding the ace queen under the gun when he was about to lose about 20% of his stack going through the blinds. Certainly things that he will feel rather fortuitous about, as Henricus, with just 6 blinds, manages to sneak another pay jump. And with 3 left here, the guaranteed payout for each player is 428,000 Taiwanese dollars. Henricus now finding the spot. The hand after getting the big pay jump. It's what dreams are made of. An excellent run for Henricus now. And even gets the call from the King 9 as well. So he's going to be going to a dominating situation. He'll feel like he'll be free rolling this one from the amount of pay jumps he's managed to navigate with other players colliding and busting as he sits back in his chair watching the cards unfurl. Ooh, and bottom 2 pair for Ling Lin. However, Henricus does have the ace, he does have the backdoor diamonds, and of course the queen as well. There's still plenty of equity here, 27%. There is the queen. Queen rolling off for Henricus, now only having to fade a 9 or an ace for a chop. A rather underwhelming 3 of clubs on the river for Ling Lin. Now doubling up Henricus. Could he be a force to be reckoned with, having now got above 10 big blinds for the first time in quite some time? He's been really patient with that short stack. He found a rather fortuitous double up with the Jack 10 offsuit, calling it off in the small blind, getting there on the turn versus Urquiaga's ace queen. Now finds King Queen versus King 9, gets there the hard way, but still work to be done if he is going to find himself in the heads-up match.
How much you got now, Tom? 2.9. Not ish. 2.9. 2.9.
Ling Lin in the small blind here. Let's see. This is going to set the tone for her strategy as to how she's going to play going forward here. 9-7 suited. Was just interested to see if she was going to employ any aggression there. Instead, she does go for the limp, and Quiaga is going to check it back with the 10-8. And swing and a miss for both players on the Jack 6-6. Quiaga, though, has probably got the better of the 2 candidates for a stab here. Just having a little bit more wrap around that jack, and of course the 6 as well. He can turn all sorts of gut shots and open-ended straight draws, and even the 10 or the 8 is a rather clean out for a strong 2 pair in a blind versus blind battle. And the Filipino picks up another one. So with those chip counts now starting to emerge a little bit more towards Quiaga's favor, Ling Lin has had her chance. And the stack distribution was absolutely perfect for around about half an hour to 45 minutes ago. She had 10 million with 4 players on 2.5 million. And I think even more of an advantage at one stage. I think it was 13 versus stacks between 2 and 4 million. And unfortunately, didn't really get any kind of decent distribution. Lots of players colliding, and she ran cold a little bit. But it was a setup where she could have won the entire thing in 2 orbits. But unfortunately, it didn't pan out that way, as Quiago is going for rather interesting raise here with the 8-6. Blind versus blind. Looks like a lot of chips going in there. He's put his opponent all in here. And Henricus with King Jack and no ICM pressure on him. Just playing for chips in this situation. Snap call. Absolutely. Quiaga, maybe a little bit of a misstep there. 10 big blinds effective with the big blind ante. It's definitely on the more loose aggressive side, but especially with an opponent like Henricus, who we can see has got such a strong resume of results. He's not going to be the kind of guy that I think would be over folding the big blind in this situation. So not too sure about the 8-6 there. Maybe if we wanted to do something, going for a little 2.5x, something like that, just kind of leaning on the 9-3 offs and these kind of trashier hands. However, we do see Queen 4-3, 2 spades, so backdoor straight draws, although now Henricus with an open ender of his own. He doesn't need to hit anything, he just needs to fade the 8 or the 6. No banana magic for Quiaga, and he doesn't find the river he was looking for on the 5 of spades, rolling out in favor of Henricus, who's now back with a resurgence up to 5.6 million. And all of a sudden, when we were watching just under an hour ago, you're thinking Ling Lin's going to get this wrapped up in a couple of minutes. Now, all of a sudden, it's anyone's ball game. Henricus, after that resurgence in a couple of orbits, getting his way all the way back from 725k in the small blind with the Jack 10 facing the Ace Queen of Quiaga. Finds the Jack on the turn, and since then, it's just been unicorns and rainbows.
5.2, 5.4, approximately.
Should we play a few more hands and then check ICM, or check ICM now and then decide later? Up to you. And up to her. 6, 5, 6, 7, 7.
How much you have?
I got 7.575. 7.5. She got like close to 8. Dida, one more. One more. One. You decide, Tom.
Let's play a little bit now.
Yeah, I mean, if the numbers are pretty close, I don't mind doing it. Even it depends to Candy, because she got me covered by
A little bit of a lull in play as the stacks have evened up somewhat. You can see there the distribution 38, 36, and 26. So very much even Stevens, somewhat favoring Ling Lin.
Oh, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that's
Pero one level pa mag-ano na eh, 153. So yung stack namin sobrang shallow na. One hit beat ka na. So kailangan. Ikaw ba yung nalagi mo ng jack? Oo. Ano naman eh, parang 10 bits lang.
Henricus in the small blind with the pocket nines. Playing 27 big blinds effective with Ling Lin. Going to be going for the raise. Makes it 750 to go, the full 3x. We'll be happy to face a customer from Ling Lin with the Queen 9. Got to be defending that big blind ante here. Not conventionally the type of hand that we want to be employing any kind of 3-betting with. Just happy to take a flop in position. Take up price. We do benefit from equity over realization, you could call it, where maybe our opponent is going to struggle to find as much aggression as they'd like going down the streets because they need to now tussle with the other player, Urkuaga, for second place. But look at this, Henricus just coming out on top. Middle set versus the middle pair of Ling Lin. And this could be expensive for Ling Lin. We haven't seen too many unfortunate situations for her. She did manage to river the miraculous 4 versus Urquiaga's top pair and a flush draw earlier on in a blind versus blind confrontation. And this blind versus blind confrontation now is unlikely to be going in her direction unless she can find maybe a 10 or a king on the turn. The king of diamonds gives her a gutter at least. But now Henricus thinking, you know, I've just got so many bluffs here. Also wanting to size up our value, be it the 9s, be it the king jacks, be it the, I think at the bottom of our bet range would be something like king queen here. Had we have bet the flop ourselves, does go for 1.2. So facing a call, it's going to be 3.1 into 5.2. So a nice tidy sizing from Henricus. And a call from Ling Lin on the turn. Looking for the 10. But the offsuit deuce rolls off. And it's as much of a green light as Henricus could have hoped for with these 2 9s here. Just going to be sending this one in after a little bit of a tank. And what he wants to do in this situation is, you know, make sure that he's not overzealous in his timing with his value. Keeping a nice balanced approach. Even chucking out a token time bank in there. We know he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage right now, but trying to ponder and potentially inadvertently lull his opponent into thinking that maybe he's conjuring up the courage to find a huge river bluff at this stage. There go all of the chips. And Ling Lin here. Now in terms of hands to call, a third pair with the straight blocker. Yeah, we block King Queen, which is probably the bottom of the value range, I think, for Henricus at this stage. I don't think he goes for all 3 with King 10. But definitely King Queen blocking that is of some use. We block 9s. We block King 9, I think would have probably checked the flop a decent clip. So yeah, we're just blocking 9s and King Queen here, basically. And of course, Queen 10 suited, had that have opened pre-flop. Henricus did, in fact, leave a couple of chips behind. I didn't see that. But regardless, going for pretty much all of it. And Ling Lin makes the discipline lay down on the river. Third player with the straight blocker, blind versus blind. By no means an easy decision. Henricus and Urquiaga now sit atop the list. As Ling Lin facing those annoying, gritty little blind versus blind situations. They're so important for the momentum of the final table here, especially as we are with that big blind ante in play, playing relatively shorter than the advertised sort of 30 25 to 35 big blind range.
So I assume you don't want to ICM anymore now after picking up that card.
Yeah, but also before I said no.
Yeah. How you know?
Kriaga getting a walk with the king-queen suited. Be too happy about that. That's an absolute powerhouse hand, three-handed, of course. So Henricus, now the chip leader, and it just shows you having that staying power, having that grit, having that fight on a final table, not giving up with your three big blinds just because you've lost a few flips and you feel like it's all over. Just staying in there. He's been dogged in his final table approach, and it's paid off. And of course, it's easy to say that when he's got the variance running on his side, but it just goes to show you why he's got such a strong resume of results on the Asian poker circuit in 2024. And a sign of a true professional in some ways. Just playing whatever stack you're dealt with. You can see he's been a rather calm demeanor at the table. Hasn't shown too much emotion. There was a flicker of maybe discomfort in a couple of the all-in situations where, of course, he was facing his tournament life on the line. But lo and behold, played a strong and dogged style here. We've seen fireworks from Ling Lin and Okriaga, whose chips stack's been flying up and down, left and right. But Henricus, much more of a solid type of player, taking his spots when he needed to. Nothing completely out of whack, just playing good, solid tournament poker. So facing the c-bet here from Ling Lin. Her style is very much quite aggressive. She likes to bet a lot of these kind of medium holdings. And look at this, Henricus picking up on that. And he's going to use that bottom pair as a bluff in this situation. And if he's thinking similar to what we've seen on the stream, we've just seen Ling Lin be a little bit out of line with her c-betting tendencies and just generally betting very mergy post-flop all over the place. A couple of third pairs getting chucked in there. If she's betting every single pocket pair there, every ace high, every king high, every middle pair, Henricus deciding to use that bottom pair, which has obviously 5 outs to improving. If he does run into a strong hand, but just cleaning out a lot of these pocket pairs stronger than the deuce, and also denying equity to some of the high card holdings that she may or may not see bet with. So Okriaga opening it up for the 600k sizing. A little bit of a juice added to the conventional min raise, and I actually quite like this with the big blind ante three-handed, just trying to force a little bit more fold equity out of the big blind. You know, in this situation, he might play a little bit tighter. It's actually, let's think about it. I think Okuyaga might actually go a little bit wider in that situation because he's got the chip leader and the small blind, so he feels like it's going to be his opportunity to loosen up a little bit and attack the big blind. The steal is very much a good result at this stage of the tournament. As you can see, the pay jump's now getting absolutely mammoth. 428,000 locked up for third, but it's 700k and then a 1.12 million up top. Those of you just joining the action now. We are 3 remaining here on the super high roller final table. Quiaga versus Henricus versus Ling Ling. As Henricus opens it up with the Queen 4 of clubs. And this is the difference in the playing style between the two players. Quiaga going for the 3-bet with 7-3 off from the big blind. Just not something you'd see, Tom, in your picture right now, considering or following through on. We did see a 4-3 offsuit 3-bet from Ling Ling as well earlier on. And whilst Henricus does fold the best hand there, Quiaga needs to be careful because that's a rather emotional action, I would say. But you do wonder with these kind of timings and hand selections, whether or not Quiaga had some kind of physical read. Doesn't seem like Henricus is the type of player to
10 minutes. Yeah, cannot buy
give away too much. Rather stoic table presence. Maybe it was just simply a momentum raise there for Quiaga, just kind of feeling out his opponent a little bit. Ace Queen for Quiaga now, limping. Setting the trap. We haven't seen too many balanced limps. We've just seen the weaker parts of the range for the most part. Now Quiaga setting somewhat of a trap with the Ace Queen offsuit here. Is Henricus going to bite with the 10-4 suited? He is. Based on the previous situations, you can't fault him for doing so. Quick limp jam there from Quiaga. Facing the 3x ISO from Henricus, who is, of course, just using a little bit of Hollywood and a bit of TV time to mull over that one, but no decision for the 10-4 of diamonds, as Quiaga now strongly reclaiming the chip lead with 46% of the chips in play, and it's Ling Ling all of a sudden out of nowhere having the majority of the chips five-handed. We thought she had one hand on the trophy at one stage. The engraver was doing her initials, but unfortunately you have to halt that job because it looks like it could be a heads up between Quiaga and Tom at this stage, having seen her demise. The Queen 9 blind versus blind, one of the key hands defending versus the 3x of Henricus, flopping middle pair versus the middle set, and calling down 2 streets and folding the river was a real momentum shifter in favor of Henricus. Now you can see the aggression statistics. Quiaga really leading the way with the 50%. And, you know, if we're going to be 3-betting combinations like 7-3 off out of the big blind, it's not a surprise to see him at the top of the aggression rankings right there. Henricus here with the 5-4 suited. Looking to open it up on the button. And here find Ling Ling with the King 10 offsuit. Looking to employ some pressure on that button opening range of Henricus, who does find the fold. So Ling Ling with a nice pickup there. Not had an awful lot go her way, but good reshove there with the King 10, especially with the big blind ante, 3-handed. Just so much more incentivized to find the rejams and the re-steals in those situations. Over to Urquiaga with the 7-4 off. Doesn't look to tangle. A walk for Henricus Verbruggen.
You have 4 stacks of hundreds. Yeah.
So, in the small blind, ace queen offsuit, mulling over his decision here. Likely just to raise it up. Very happy to call the shove of Ling Lin if it does indeed come. And Ling Ling folding with the 9 Jack 5 suited, sorry. In position there, facing a 3x with the big blind ante. I think we do, as the short stack there, want to be a little bit more stubborn in position. Blind versus blind. Getting 2 into a pot of what would be 5 big blinds. Pretty decent price. 7 big blinds would be a pretty decent price to come along with the Jack 5 suited, take a flop in position, but he elects to live to fight another day. Henricus on the button with the ace 5. Opening it up and a dreamy run out with top pair. Instantly taking the advantage here. Is he going to go for the range bet, or is he going to ever find a check back here? I think just small works here. You know, 1 big blind, 1.25 big blinds, whatever you want. Yeah, he goes for 1.5 big blinds. Ooh, and Urquiaga here is just really playing with fire with this relentless aggression that we're seeing from him. Check raising the Jack 6 with the back door. All of a sudden you start to think, well, how many 1 diamond hands does he have? How many backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw candidates are there? There are simply just millions to choose from. Would I use the Jack 6? I'm not sure, but we've just seen this relentless aggression just work time and time again. This time, though, facing the top pair of Henricus Verbruggen, the Dutchman is certainly going to find some resistance here as we go to a turn, and all of a sudden, this slight misstep from Urquiaga could be costly. He does turn the live one. The 3 of clubs emerging on the turn. And now what? He shoves. My word. Relentless from Urquiaga, but then what are we repping on the turn? You know, he's shoved for a 1.5x pot. Henricus chopping with value hands on the flop now, like ace jack and ace 10. Does cool it off. Not expecting to see many better hands on the double flush draw texture, and all of a sudden, Urquiaga, with that misstep on the flop, going for a hyper-aggressive check raise, is going to need a club. Or he is going to be wamboozled and down to about 2 million in chips, which would be 8 big blinds. Once again, the Filipino playing with fire. Can he find a way out of danger here? The King of Hearts on the river as Henricus Verbruggen manages to avoid what would be just a gut-wrenching way to go out there as your opponent turns the live one and sends it in for 1.5x pot. 16 million now in the stack of Henricus Verbruggen. Wow. What a monster chip lead here. I mean, at this stage, you're just pretending to look at your cards and just sending them all in the middle, right, with the big blind ante. Of course, there is a bit more of a nuanced strategy than that. Some hands will want to min raise, some hands will want to jam. But at this stage in the tournament now, he's got Ling Lin on his direct left. Every button for him is just it's like taking candy from a baby. He doesn't even need to look at his two cards. The Ling Lin is under so much ICM pressure with this huge jump from 428 to 700k.
No. Remember when I had 3 big blinds earlier?
Yeah.
Huh?
Actually, that is true.
Come on. Keep fighting.
Keep in the chair.
Keep fighting.
Like if I get the redraw, it's going in. If not, I give up. Fucking hell, redraw.
I had to think about all the 3s that were hit on the turn, but I don't think you will shut down.
You cannot fold ace against me. Okay, this is
And Kwiagan is going to be all in for his tournament life in the direct next hand with King 9 offsuit.
1.9.
And Verbruggen hasn't even finished stacking the chips from the last pot, getting a rather hearty check raise and turn jam from his opponent now. 10-8 suited for 8 big blinds. So a couple of things to consider here. He's got Ling Lin sat on 14 big blinds. The big blind ante's coming around rather quickly. If you call and lose here, you have 13 million. If you call and win, obviously, 10-8 suited is quite close for chips, so I don't think there's any real need to gamble in that situation. And he comes to the same conclusion. Just muck it there. It's not even the worst result allowing Kwiaga to pick up a few chips here, because the closer he gets to Ling Lin, the more pressure and the more leverage Emricus has over the two of them combined. If he gets to a situation where, let's say, he's got 16 million and both of them have sort of 2.5, it's just all in every hand, and the show's over. They're playing for second, so you can definitely manipulate these situations into your advantage as the chip leader in deciding which spots that you want to take. And usually you don't want to take it in the passive realm. You just want to be driving the action like this. Just, Jack 5. It doesn't care. He could have, 2 napkins for all he cares. Just sending it in and just saying, you know what, if you've got, a super strong hand there, I have looked at a couple of ICM solves for these situations, and they always surprise you with just how tight they are. In a situation when you're second and there's a clear third, and doubling doesn't get you anywhere near the chip lead, it's frightening how tight you're supposed to be in these spots, which is why, of course, hands like the Jack 5 just go in. And so in this situation, 10-4 off, you can open, but I think what he's recognizing is that Kwiaga is such a wild card in the big blind, such an aggressive player, that he's just going to allow potentially this collision to happen instead. And look at this, King 6 versus King 6.
At this stage, just going with King 6 of clubs. On short stage, takes the oil with King 6 of suit as the flop.
Double suit.
So rather anticlimactic all in, King 6 versus King 6.
We chip the ante. We take back. No.
And it doesn't look like we're going to see any theatrics here. Should just be a chop pop. 4 of diamonds on the turn, not changing anything.
the river.
Zip it!
Am I the only psychopath that's ever thought in these kind of situations, instead of having a chop pot, just give it to the person who's got the most amount of flush cards? So, like, the diamonds win there by 1. Am I the only person to have that thought? I thought that would be quite a really, like, just to add even more variance to the game, right? I mean, it would definitely incur some interesting strategical elements. But anyway, the only strategical elements we need to worry about is observing how a solid theoretical player like Henricus decides to take apart these 2 short stacks. And you're going to be seeing lots of shoving, a polar min-raising strategy. And what I mean by that is he's going to min-raise some really strong hands and really weak hands. Although, with the stack distribution the way it is, his button is going to be into Kriaga's big blind. And Kriaga is certainly not the player that maybe we even want to allow the chance to rejam. As you can see here, the VPIP, the voluntary put in pot for Kriaga, 50%. And he's not even really been the chip leader for that long across the stretch of this final table. So it goes to show how relentlessly loose and aggressive the Filipino pro has been in this final table performance. Shipping it in for 9 big blinds. And Mang Linglin does cover her opponent, but Jack 10 suited for 9 is going to call.
Live.
Yeah. Interesting with the Jack 10 there. I think we want to be a little bit tighter and just wait for first in spots rather than kind of calling it off for the kind of the chip EV here. Maybe allowing the chip leader to do a bit of the work for you instead of taking a gamble. But that's exactly what she's done with the Jack 10 and sees the bad news on the flop as it does come king high in favor of Kriaga, representing the Philippines here. Could be stone dead on a lot of turn cards. And there is the 4 of hearts. So that is going to see Ling Lim down to just 3 big blinds on the button, having called it off with the Jack 10 there. Certainly a fearless call, but maybe in this scenario, not the sort of hand that we want to be giving the shorter stack to spin with. Mangling Lin, over just the past few years, has racked up 8 wins, mostly in Taipei, but a couple at the WPT Korea as well, and a largest score of 129,000 USD. So she's certainly got a lot of pep in her step. Henricus here with the Jack 10. Can just shove here. Looks like he's going to go for the raise, get it in with Linglin and the fold to Kriaga. He's actually limped, trying to force Linglin in from the small blind there, but she just had complete trash and doesn't complete her option. Interesting stylistically there from Henricus. Maybe not looking to tangle with a rather unpredictable player in Okwiaga, who we've seen make some really brave and kind of not following the theory in terms of ICM, just kind of playing for the win. So he elected to think that going down a bit more of a passive route instead was going to benefit him. So I can see merit for that, for sure. Now, facing another aggressive check raise from Okwiaga, and it's going to 3-bet the flop here with the top pair.
Might look very bluffy as
Saying,
well.
well, if you've got Jack Deuce or 7 Deuce or Jack 7, good luck to you. But in this kind of limp node, just happy to get more chips in there where you don't really have Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack. Although with the short stack there might be some Queen Jack and King Jack just checking back, not looking to overcommit. The risk premium, of course, absolutely massive when you've got Ling Lim sat on just under 3 big blinds. So Queen 9 suited for Ling Lin, and it's going to be all in. Okwiaga has, what's that, 2.5 big blinds. He may go for the call as if to say, come on, pal, you know, come along behind and let's check it down. It's obviously an unspoken, it's not collusion, it's rather standard play, but you do open the door for the chip leader just to say, oh, thanks for that. I'll be taking those and sending it in. But instead, just kind of holding is just going to pay the price. And we do go 3 ways for the flop here. And Ling Lin does have 38%. So tied for the equity advantage with Okwiaga. Backdoor diamond draw, some backdoor straight opportunities. The Queen and the 9 still good. But the deuce of clubs on the turn, disastrous for the high roller queen. Can she find a river? No, she cannot. So it's actually going to be Okwiaga's King. Oh, King 7. I completely missed 7 there. Can't even read the board. Sweating the action so much as Okwiaga does go for the small, rather trivial value bet on the river. And we do see the elimination of Ling Lin, who put up a really hearty performance. We saw some wildly aggressive plays. We saw her queens versus the 8-6 suited of Okwiaga earlier, one of the defining moments of the final table, but unfortunately just couldn't get the stack distribution secured in her favor. Didn't quite fall into place, and she does see a 3rd place elimination for 428,000 Taiwanese dollars. We are going to get set up for the final table heads up bout here at the Players Series in Taipei, and we're going to be playing for the win of 1.12 million Taiwanese dollars in just under 10 minutes. We'll be seeing you then.
Wait, that was just big blinds, right? Last time that was big blinds.
We'll move it.
Hello and welcome back for the heads up bout here at the Players Series in Taipei. Joined by Andy Wilson in the chat. How are we doing, my friend? Thanks for joining. Coming towards the business end here as we see two titans of the live Asian poker scene in David Urquiaga, 6th on the Philippine all-time money list, against the up-and-comer Tom Verbruggen, who's got one of the most solid-looking live handed mobs I think I've ever seen. Just the amount of cashes. He's everywhere he goes. The man finds a flag for the mob. So Urquiaga setting the tone here, sending in the troops versus the limp with the ace-8 suited. No interest in the raise call, just a little bit of a momentum shove potentially. And you do see the payouts. 1.12 million Taiwanese dollars, which in my currency is about 29,000 GBP. And that means in dollars it's going to be around about 40k. 42k or so USD to play for here between Urquiaga and Verbruggen. So blinds at 125, 250. 20 big blinds effective, of course. With that big blind ante, that is a little bit shallower than that. We'll be seeing lots of limps. Just taking a price. Urquiaga with the 6-5 suited faces the 10-9 of Henricus. Checking it back. A decent board for Henricus. Middle pair with the open ender. As Urquiaga fires one into the abyss here, taking a stab for 600 into 800. Sizing up with the two undercards and no backdoor flush draw. Again, typical of his relentless aggression. Rather difficult player to handle. And it's be interesting for Henricus here in this heads-up bout. If Urquiaga does win a couple of all-ins to see what develops here. But nonetheless, just happy to send it in with the pair open-ender here. Looking to run it and getting the snap fold at his opponent, essentially drawing dead. So now 17 facing 4.5, and it's 15 big blinds for the Filipino professional. David Urquiaga with 1.9 million on the mob. Biggest score of 137,000 US dollars. And let's have a look and see where that was. That was coming first in the WPT Prime Cambodia main event in 2022. Also won a 1K at the Win in 2024 earlier this year for 104K. And a string of $20,000 to $75,000 scores as well to pad out that hand and mob nicely. As you can see, sending it in with the Queen Deuce versus the limp of Verbruggen. Urquiaga is not the type of player to go down without a fight here. Can't say I'm particularly knowledgeable about the heads up big blind ante format, but you know, hands like Queen Deuce, King Deuce kind of seem kind of reasonable, just clearing out a lot of the middling equity, getting some hands that dominate you to fold as well in that limping range, especially with the added incentive of the extra big in the middle. Raising with the 9-7 now. You can see acting fast, definitely a charismatic table presence there. He's even on the phone to his banana now. I don't know what he's saying. This guy is an absolute riot. You love to see it. I don't think I've ever seen a guy with such a big hand and mob have such a lot of fun at the table. It's really refreshing, and it's very much representative of what you do find in Asia, which is just a great camaraderie around the table and so much passion around the room. Really does speak volumes for the game in general, based on the final table performance of Urquiaga and, of course, all of the non-poker antics that we've seen from him. As just shipping it in versus about every limp going at the moment. King 5 suited for what is now 17 blinds. And Verbruggen, you can see, just kind of composing himself, just trying to figure out what on earth is going on here. Not being able to see many flops so far. And when he did, he saw an instant size up and a snap fold, so quite a tough heads up opponent in some ways. Definitely going to be relentlessly aggressive and constantly posing the question. So 16 versus 5.7 after a flurry of shoves and pre-flop takedowns from Urquiaga with the Jack 8 now. And it's another shove with the Jack 8 off. Verbruggen's got to be thinking, what has gotten into Urquiaga here?
5.725.
Does begrudgingly fold the King 3 suited, but certainly some fair reason to be a little bit concerned / quizzical as to the just sheer tenacity of the heads-up opponent that he sat across the table from right now. We're playing for a lot of money here, and Urquiaga's been pretty much all in every hand so far since they've started the heads-up duel. And Queen 9 off now. Are we going to see what was at the start a couple of fairly decent shoves now would be verging on silliness with the hand like this for sort of 20 big blinds. Once again, Urquiaga just sending it all in, and Verbruggen's just sort of... It's quite an interesting situation to be in here for Verbruggen as a pro. It's not the type of heads-up bout that you experience very often. So you really need to calm yourself down and just sort of, you know, try and remain focused, remain dialed in on the task at hand. So a rare walk from Urquiaga. And Henricus still has the dominating situation, but certainly, based on the viewing so far, may have had some of the wind just knocked out of his sails by this relentlessly aggressive start to the heads-up bout from his opponent. He'll certainly be a little bit perturbed as to the goings-on. But the Queen 4 suited, going to be limping in. 20 big blinds effective. Not going to get induced into the shove or fold game that he's seeing from his opponent across the table. And does take a flop here in a rather favorable situation, having his opponent dominated both flopping bottom pair, although Quiaga with a little bit of extra playability with the bottom end of the gutter. We have seen him take really aggressive lines in these kind of situations, and he's just going to check jam the flop with bottom pair and the bottom end of the gut shot. And Henricus kind of moving up and down in his seat as if to say, what on earth am I facing here? I think this is maybe the 8th or 9th hand of the heads-up match, and we've seen Quiaga find all of his chips in the middle, either pre-flop or on the flop, in 7 of those. So, quite spectacular. Henricus does fold the bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw, but, of course, he's at least smiling and kind of getting involved in the antics a little bit and trying to kind of brush it off in some ways, because it is a rather bizarre series of events that he's seeing unfurl in front of him here. With the 14 million facing the 7 now, and this rather cameo appearance from Quiaga thus far in the heads up, you do feel like could face its demise if he continues to play so recklessly. Let's see. So now with 23 big blinds is going to limp in with the king 9 and Henricus with the 10 deuce. Not going for any kind of wild aggression, just checking it back, taking a flop. Quick check, check. Now, still the gutter for the Filipino on the button. Henricus with the straight draw of his own. And I bet 450 into 950. So sort of half pottish. Saying for this sizing, you can still have potentially a hand like Queen 7, all 8x, Jack Deuce. Deuce on the river, and Henricus here with the 10 of hearts. Certainly maybe at least considering ignoring the improvement to bottom pair and potentially trying to muscle out a hand like a 5x type holding that could be in Quiaga's range. And does follow through on the river with a 1 million sizing into 1.8. Kind of interesting. I guess he's not expecting his opponent, based on the flurry of aggression that he's seen so far, to have much 8x in this situation. So he's just targeting the 7 and the 5x. I would have expected to see a much larger sizing out of Henricus if he was going to turn this kind of relatively thin showdown value into a bluff. And instead, Quiaga, as we've seen from him time and time again, takes matters into his own hands with a flush blocker of his own, raising to 3.2 million. And is that a call?
2 pairs?
Wow, what a call!
Which pair?
Henricus ends up bet calling. So originally he's bluffing, trying to get the 5x to fold, and then ends up just paying it off. What an incredible hand of heads-up poker that was. Wow.
Great call. I tried, but it was a good bluff, right?
And with that, Tom Verbruggen takes a big lead here.
I knew you were weak, that's why I had to do it.
After the antics and the loosey-goosey action from his opponent.
Tell me later.
I mean, it's a big bet call there.
Started to move. Ay, alam ko pala siya. Galing din ito. Very good player.
I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm just not at the level to comprehend that. But if he was really going for a bet call there, and that was the entire plan all along, then
Use one time ban.
genius poker of which mere mortal like me is not able to comprehend. But he does find his way into a winner and is going to jam the next hand with the 4-deuce.
Did you have heart? 10 of heart? Yes.
So Henricus facing the rather bombastic style of Urquiaga so far in the heads up is starting to find some aggression and creativity of his own, and does have now 88% of the chips in play. And you feel like it could be almost a formality from here on in for Tom Verbruggen, with a strong resume recently at the U Series of Poker in Haiphong. Got second in the high roller for 103K, as well as a min cash in the main event. Before that, he was in South Korea with 3 big cashes, a second, a 20th, and a 39th. Got second in APT Manila. Has a strong resume of results to boot. Are the chips over the line? It looks like they might be, and it's Urquiaga with the Jack-3 offsuit running into the King-8 of Henricus for 8 big blinds. A snap call, of course, with the big blind ante, a snap call without the big blind ante, and 8 big blinds effective heads-up poker. But look at this, the open-ender and the backdoor flush draw for the Filipino. Looking for a deuce or a 3. Or a jack. Queen rolling off on the turn, clean as a whistle for Tom. Needing to fade 10 outs once to be crowned the champion of the Super High Roller final table here at the Player Series in Taipei. It's going to be Tom Henricus Verbruggen of the Netherlands taking this one down and adding to what has been an exceptional resume of live results across Asia in 2024. Yet another trophy for the mantelpiece and yet another huge score for the Hendon Mob, as his live earnings now rocket to over $500,000 in US dollars. Congratulations to Tom Verbruggen taking this one down and being crowned our Super High Roller champion. As you can see, all of the energy that he pent up there during that final table performance finally allowed to be released. So thanks for watching, and join us next week as we continue our streamed coverage of the Players Series in Taipei. Check out our socials for further updates on when we're going live. Thanks very much. And from me, George Sanford, it's good night.